Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. The Panthers on a prowl will continue driving down the field to the red zone. We just got a first down and 10. Smitty on the loose, wide open Ted again. Stack 6 more on the board, looking like a win. With the 6-game winning streak, put them out their misery. Brady wanna cry when the ref threw the penalty. Panthers got a hot team, Patriots the enemy. Draw the first blood, different team than we used to be. Cam swerving through the traffic signal in a first down. Fans on their feet and the crowd getting really loud. All Defense did a job off the field. There's the towel. Bank of America. Stadium is going down. Defense got him pushed back to the end zone. Hardy with the sack. That's a safety, and we got the ball. Rushing on your shotgun. Staring at the barrel, y'all. All New England fans hear him saying that ain't fair at all. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Better watch the linebacker, he can read you like a book. Run 40 yards just to tackle Luke. Got him shook, Tober like a tank. And D'Angelo with the fake. Stiff arm, out of bounds, 25 to gain. Stewart back, healthy, 3 lethal running backs. It's suicide, add the wide receivers, it's a rout. Secret weapon, make plays, Greg Olsen make it happen. Keep pounding on these haters, we ain't playing John Madden. Legion of the Hood, hometown go boom. Force and fumbles, Panthers making sure the ball is loose. Jack move, Charles Johnson, yeah, he will come attack you. State of mind, mentally and physically, we pass you. Godfrey in the nickel back, and he making sure we're safe. Panthers on the prowl, we gon' come and elevate the state. Hard fall thriller, only 59 seconds left. Panther fans on the feet, heart beating out the chest. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son. Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding.
Sensodyne Clinical White gives
Welcome. How you guys doing? We are live for the preview stream. I told y'all it would be either Wednesday or Thursday, and here we are. It's Thursday evening for this stream. So, welcome. We'll be catching up with the rest of the training camp stream on probably Sunday evening. I don't have anything planned Sunday evening, so we'll do it then. Alright. But, how we doing, folks? How we doing? Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so, and don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Yahoo Sports app. Keep pounding Fantasy Football League. If you like the intro you see on your screen, go check out Lindar. It's high on Instagram. using her last name Ty. First, Ty Tai dot Lindara Lindra for videos, panels, etc. She's looking for new clients. She's awesome to work with, awesomely priced, and just awesome in general. Lindara Ty on Instagram. Go check out Mustard Grub and Sub out in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Get yourself some tasty subs. Tell the owner, who is a Panthers fan, that we sent you, and he will hook you up with some delicious food. You still have to pay for it, of course, but delicious food. Go check it out. Also, Vinny's Pizza out in Duluth, Georgia, in Dirty Bird territory. Hey, best Italian pizza in the Southeast. Don't take my word for it. Just try it yourself, man. It's tasty, man. I got several people that can vouch for that, by the way. Shout out to all the YouTubers out there doing their thing. Panthers YouTubers. From Blitzball Champ, who is under our umbrella of streamers. We've got 2020. We've got Hat Coltrane. We've got C3. We've got 95 The Roar Big Cat. We've got Black Cat Panther Podcast. Please give these guys some love. Tell them that we sent you. You know, show them some love. These are amazing people. I've met some of them I haven't. But, hey, been watching their content for years, and so have you. So go check them out. Go give them some likes, some love. One family, man. One Panthers family. As far as the Fantasy Football League, we are going to be doing Ill City Draft on Sunday night, starting at around 7 p.m. I forgot about that. Yep. So, we can't do the training camp stuff then. We might be able to do it Tuesday. I'm looking at Tuesday. We'll see what happens. But right now, that's an open date. So, let's get into it, folks. Ladies and gents, I got my apple cider. It is fall, officially. This stuff is delicious. If you haven't checked out Skytop Apple Orchard, go check it out, man. It's amazing. Do yourself a favor. Get yourself some apple cider. Get yourself some apple donuts. And some apple butter. Tell them we sent you. Okay? Alright. Let's go. So, I see that there's a training camp blueprint out here. I see that Stephen A. Smith actually interviewed Dave Canales. And there's also one other thing that's also on the radar too, which is a 53-man roster prediction. Hold on. We'll go through that too today. I don't think we're going to have time for the press conferences. I really want to go through the press conferences and the training camp one stream, but it's just so much content we can get through, at one point. We'll try to get through a couple of those tonight, maybe. Since it's just this game preview, and that's really it. So we'll tag a couple of those in there. Let's see. I need team chat. There it is. Okay, it's clutch points. Clutch points split out this 53-man roster prediction. So you guys want to start with this? Let's do this. Also, I've heard that we are not uh, playing the starters for this Texans game. We are not playing the starters. That is confirmed. All right. So, the quarterbacks list for clutch points predictions goes like this: Bryce Young, Kenny Pickett, Haynes King. In that order. And I would agree with that. Although Haynes King, once he comes back from injury, could make a run at Kenny Pickett's spot at number 2. So keep that in mind when he comes healthy again. You know, he'll get his reps during practices and whatnot, throughout the year. So don't be surprised if you see a little bit of a depth change during the early part of the year. I'm just saying, y'all. Because Haynes King, if he plays as well as he does with the 2s as he did with the 3s against the 3s and 4s in preseason, it could get interesting. I want to see him practicing against the 2s. And let's see how he does when he gets healthy. Then we'll know what to do with him. All right. Chuba Hubbard, Jonathan Brooks, Trevor Etienne, A.J. Dillon is going to be the running back mix. Now, we've talked about A.J. Dillon's impact in preseason. This dude is really tearing it up lately, and everyone's been impressed by him. I mean, if there is a way that we can use Trevor Etienne in his special teams, I'd say we do it. So, we'll see how that goes. Okay. All right. But yeah, the question is really A.J. Dillon. Where are we gonna put him if we put him on the 53? Ty has impressed me as well, but I don't know, man. I don't know. What do y'all think? In the comment section in chat, do you think A.J. Dillon is better, or do you think Tyus is better? And do you think Etienne is doing enough to stay on this roster right now? Or do you think he needs to get bumped down? What's the call, folks? What do you guys think? Let me know. Wide receiver. Let's go. T-Mac, of course. Jalen Coker, obviously. XL. And then it goes down to Jimmy Horn, Bryson Tremaine, Jasheem Reed. I like this list. I'm going to be real with you. I like this list. Because Brazel's out for the year. David Moore has been stopping on his routes. However, I do see the value of him being on the 53 if he does get put on there. So I'm not going to complain if he does. But personally, I think Jasheem Reed is the better pass catcher. He's the better athlete of the two. So we'll see what happens. Mechie is on the bubble. Mechie is on the bubble for me. Along with Jasheem Reed. I say we run both Reed and Mechie in this preseason game against the Texans and just see which one is better. I think let's try to get the ball more to Jasheem Reed. and really test him out in this game. I think that's the play here. So that we know for sure we're making the right call at wide receiver. Reed has earned trust, apparently, from Kenny Pickett. He's exactly where he needs to be. I need him to be. You know, we have great conversations on the field, off the field. He just keeps showing up, so there's no surprise. And he understands leverage, he understands route timing, and it's someone he can trust. Bryce Young said. This is Bryce Young saying this, okay? So, he's earned the trust of Bryce Young, which means he's earned the trust of Dave Canales because Dave Canales is vouching for Bryce Young. So, I vouch for that move. I think that's a good move. I like it. I'm going to say it. I like it. Tight ends. Tommy Tremble, Mitchell Evans, Jatavian Sanders, and a special team addition, Felipe Franks. Surprise, surprise. The dude has been stepping up this year. I will say that. I like that move. I think, yes, he's earned a special team role. He's earned a chance to pass catch a couple of times out there and just improve himself on the 53. You know, a year ago, I would have said, no, the dude isn't ready. You know, but now I'm saying maybe there's a little bit more to Felipe Franks than everybody thinks there is. You know, and it came as a surprise to me. I didn't expect it. I'm going to be real with you. I was ready to write this guy off and say, another team can have him. You know, but no, hold up. Felipe came back and he was like, no, I've got more in the tank. I'm like, okay, show us that. You know, show us. I like it. Makes me happy when I see players like that come back and start balling out like that. You know, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for those underdog stories, you know, where these guys come out of nowhere and start balling and start doing what they're supposed to do and earn a 53 spot when they otherwise wouldn't have. I love that in the depth chart. Comeback stories are really fun. And it makes for great content too. So it gives me something positive to talk about. All right. Offensive line, we got Rasheed Walker, Damian Lewis, Luke Fortner, Robert Hunt, Monroe Freeling, Brady Christensen, Sam Height, Stone Forsythe. Now, the only one I'm not a fan of here is Stone being on the 53. He hasn't earned it in preseason games. Maybe in practices, because we haven't seen the practices. But as far as preseason games, if he's been doing well in preseason game training camp drills, then it certainly has not translated to the preseason games, and that's something to be concerned with. My opinion, he's just not physical enough. Point blank. He's just not physical enough. And if you want to be an offensive lineman, you want to be a left tackle especially, you have to be physical. You have to have the frame. You have to have the strength. You have to have the build. And this dude just doesn't have the strength. Period. And the only way you're going to solve that is in the weight room. I like Jake Curran better. I'm going to be real with you. Jake Curran's better. That's my take on it. Clutch points wants Stone in there. I think most people, if they're paying attention, will say Curran. But we'll see. We'll see what pops up in the next week or two. I have no idea. But by the time I do that next training camp stream to finish up, to wrap up all the training camp information and everything else, 53-man roster prediction at that point from me might look slightly different. Who knows? I don't think it'll look too much different from what I'm saying right now, but I will go through every position and I will do it in detail, from what I believe and what I feel and what I've seen and the facts that are presented to me. So that's what's going to come during that last training camp stream. Moving on. We've got Bradley Walker wrote, Carolina built an above average offensive line in recent seasons, but injuries have already taken a toll. Casting real doubt is how strong this unit will be in 2026. Do you guys think that we're an above average offensive line? I would say that's fair. Considering how much we built this offensive line, I think that's fair. That's a fair argument. That's a fair assessment. We're good. We bend, but we don't break. We're not great. We're not in top 5, but we're good. We're definitely above average. That's for sure. We put a lot of money into this offensive line, so let's continue. Defensive line, we've got Derek Brown, Bobby Brown the third, Cam Jackson, Lee Hunter, Elijah Garcia. Surprise. But if you were paying attention to Garcia in the last preseason game, you're not that surprised. This dude had a big hit, or 2 big hits, rather, that were in clutch situations that got the coach's attention. He has been around 4 teams already. That's why he's really starting to get the attention of everybody in the management with those hits. Because that is taking the next step forward, is getting those big hits. Wharton will be on the PUP list, but once he's off, I think Wharton will be there on the 53. And Garcia will end up practice squad for sure. Which I agree with that move. It seems like the right move. Sorry about that. And an itch. But yeah, I like the move. Outside linebacker and edge rusher. We got Jalen Phillips, Patrick Jones, the second Princely, Thomas Incoom, and Travis Gibson for this list. So, it's between Travis Gibson, Cam Gill, and Jeremiah Moon. I mean, Incoom is safe because he's been around for a couple of years now, and he's been doing a lot of good work for our defense. So, it's Gibson, Cam Gill, and Jeremiah Moon. Jeremiah Moon hasn't really impressed me. I haven't noticed him at all. Cam Gill, however, absolutely I've noticed him in 2 different preseason games now. And I think he made a play in the first training camp live video practice, if I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken. It was either the first one or the second one, but I know he made a play during one of the drills. So, yeah, much respect to Cam Gill. I like him. Now, Travis Gibson. Show me more of Travis Gibson in this Houston game, please. I need to see more of this dude. I need to see who this dude is before I can say, okay, he's better than Cam Gill. You know what I'm saying? I think most people would have Cam Gill on the 53 at this point if you're doing your roster predictions. Unless they know something about Travis Gibson that we don't. So, but I think Jeremiah Moon's the odd man out. For sure. He may or may not make it to the practice squad. I don't know. We'll see. But Nick Scorton's season injury opened up an opportunity for Thomas Incoom to really step up this year. So we'll see how that works out. Inside linebacker. Now, remember, folks, we're running the 3-4 defense. The typical defense that everybody runs in the NFL is the 4-3. So we're running the 3-4. That's why we've got the extra pass rushers, on the outside linebacker / edge position. So here's the inside linebacker. We got Devin Lloyd, Trevin Wallace, Claudin, Bam Martin Scott, and Jackson Kuwatch. I love that list. It looks good. I think we're good at inside linebacker right now. I don't think you compete with anybody else, Kuwatch. Nope. You're on the 53. Period. Bam Martin Scott is still doing solid. He may or may not be falling off the wagon wheels a little bit during this training camp session, but I'm going to say no. I don't think he has. He's still just a notch above Kuwatch. But here's my thing about Kuwatch. Kuwatch is studying film like Luke Kuechly did. And it will not be long before Jackson Kuwatch starts earning that green dot for the second or third team. So, when that happens, he will beat out Bam Martin Scott. It will be sometime during the season. You won't notice it unless you're really looking at the depth chart and you're really paying attention. But I've been very, very impressed with Jackson Kuwatch right now. He's really on my radar right now. So, I think, I love this list. These guys are solid inside linebackers. They're going to make a difference. Especially Devin Lloyd and Trevin Wallace. corner, J.C. Horn, Mike Jackson, Chelsea Wade, Will Lee the third, and Caleb Evans. Love this cornerback room. Love it. This secondary looks good. Y'all, it looks solid. It looks nasty. We're going to do some damage with these people, man. For real. Now, the question is going to be Caleb Evans versus Corey Thornton. That's a good question, y'all. Do y'all like Caleb Evans better or do you like Thornton better? This is a good problem to have. I like this. I really like this because when you got a competition this far down in the depth chart to where these guys are that good, you're doing something right. I'm really impressed. I'm happy with it, and I feel like that's a good move. Putting Caleb Evans over Corey Thornton still at this point. The thing is Evans doing enough to beat out Thornton in practice and in preseason? I don't know. I'm going to watch those two closely in this game coming up. All right, so safety position: Trayvon Moehrig, Nick Scott, Lathan Ransom, Zachy Wheatley, Isaiah Simmons. And there's been a lot of positive talk about Isaiah Simmons lately. People are loving Lathan Ransom. Trayvon Moehrig is a beast. I mean, this is a good safety room. You know, this is a really good safety room. Nick Scott is an excellent communicator, as we learned from the last stream. He makes Mike Jack and J.C. Horn better through communication, through call-outs of the plays. He's earned the green dot, which means he is able to communicate with people and understands the whole deal. So, apparently, this dude is a crucial piece in what we're doing. I was not even aware of how big his role was. So, it surprised me. I was ready to throw him out and let another team get him, you know, for a pick and get some value out of it. But I was completely wrong. I'm eating my crow on him right now. I'm eating my crow, ladies and gents. All right. Good safety room. We got special teams. We got Ryan Fitzgerald, who just nailed a pretty close to a 70-yard kick in the last preseason game. Yes, folks, a 70-yard kick. Ridiculous. We got a banger of a kicker on our hands here. That's crazy. Sam Barton has been doing an excellent job at punting. And, of course, the oldest member of the team is the long snapper. So, yeah. That's a solid special teams unit. No guesswork involved there. Yeah. This team looks good. I have to say, if we could stay healthy, we could be very dangerous this year. We're going to have to stay healthy because of the teams that we have to play. But, I mean, like I said, anywhere between 8 and 10 wins. 8 and 10 wins. That's what I'm looking at right now. Which is enough to compete for the division title. And it really doesn't matter what our season record finishes up at. You know, as long as we're in the playoffs, we have a seat at the table. And we can play a playoff game and win it in our own home building. That's what matters. I'm hoping that we get a home building. playoff game, but I don't know. We did last year, so it just depends on the seeding. We got lucky with that last year with the Rams, so that was cool. Yeah. So let's keep the content going. That is your 53-man roster prediction via clutchpoints.com. Mine might look a little different once we finish out training camp stuff, but we'll see. Right? All right. Let me set up ESPN and we'll get this thing rolling. And of course the Panthers website too. All right. Excuse me. They have not put up the injury report for week 3 yet, but ESPN probably has. So we're going to roll with ESPN's. Let's see. And that's set up now. Ho. Tickets as low as $12 for this game. Tickets as low as $12. Oh my God. Bro, are you serious? You get a top level seat for 12 plus fees? That's crazy. I gotta see this. Hold up. I want y'all to see this too. That way, like, I just want to make sure I'm not tripping here, man. Oh my God. Let's just say one, just for the heck of it. $13. These guys weren't joking. $13. Look at this. 13, 14. 14. I mean, you're sitting like upper deck, but still. Dude, that's wild. Shoot, if I don't know these preseason game tickets for this low, I would have went up to show it for one of these. That's crazy, dude. Oh my God. Dude, and that's on Vivid Seats. That's on Vivid Seats. You don't see that very often on Vivid Seats. Let's see what it $12 for 2 tickets. $12 for 2 tickets. Oh my God. Ticketmaster, you all out here ripping people off, man. Look at this garbage. Look at this. This is disgusting. I don't even know what to say right now. That's crazy. That's crazy. Ah. Oof. If you've only like bought your tickets through Ticketmaster and Game Time and all that stuff, you won't see this. You won't notice this unless you go on ESPN's website. Vivid seats, man. That's wild, bro. What? Ooh. Oh my god. 220 for the Bears game? Nah, that's where you got to go to Ticketmaster right there. That's that's where you go to Ticketmaster because nobody's willing to pay $220 for a game for that game. Mm-mm. Nah, I'm sorry, no. Because let me tell y'all something. Back in 2015, I was paying $100 a piece for those games in 2015 per ticket. You know, and that's with me bringing somebody else. You know, for about 2 or 3 of those games. Playoff games went up to about 125. But I mean, point is, 220. I mean, I know it's Caleb Williams, but come on, man. What the heck? Y'all are crazy. Let me see. Hold up. I was not planning on doing this during this stream, but y'all made me do this. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, 2 tickets for 55? Oh, okay. We got a deal going on right now. I'm about to look into that later. Because I still have like one more concert I still got to buy tickets for the series. For the Keep Pounding concert series. And that's Sleeping with Sirens. So I'm going to see about that. We got to do with hotel and whatnot too. So we'll see what happens there. Okay. Ticketmaster, what are y'all charging for this Bears game? I need to know. 205? $205. Oh my god. Oh my god. Rucker, we're about to have a whole nother conversation, buddy. Because that man was thinking about going with me to this game too. After that concert. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, buddy. We might have to rethink that one. I don't know if I booked the hotel or not already. But if I did, man, we'll wait for that price to drop a little bit. It might after this Texans game. We'll see. The week of, because I think I've already got the hotel set up for that week. So that weekend at least. If I do, we'll see what happens there. All right, Houston. Let's go. Let's learn about the Houston Texans, shall we? All right, so currently, Pittsburgh is beating Buffalo in the third preseason game, 14-3 in Buffalo, with about 12 minutes left in the second quarter on NFL Network. We got some other games going on too. But let's dive into the Texans match. All right, so Houston's, here's your schedule for this year. You got the Bills, the Bengals, the Colts, Cowboys, Titans. Okay, so let's kind of recap here. I don't think they're beating the Bills. Burrow is back with the Bengals, so I don't know about that game either. The Colts, maybe. You might pull off a win there. Cowboys. I mean, Dallas is really good in regular season, so I'm going to go ahead and say Dallas. And then they get a break with the Titans midway through October. Jaguars, I think you win that game against the Jaguars. Giants, by this point, if they're as good as people are saying they are this year, the Giants will surprise you, Houston, with an upset there on the 25th. Chargers. You're not beating the Chargers, Houston. I'm sorry, you're just not. Herbert is too good, man. Herbert's too good for you. He picked apart your secondary last year, and he'll do it again. Browns, yes, easy win, Houston, over the Browns. Watson is playing like trash right now in Cleveland. It's just not looking good for the Browns right now. They've already lost a couple of their big name starters. It's going to be a rough year if you're a Cleveland fan again. Colts. I think the Colts get you on this one, either at home or away. I'm not sure which, but one of these two, the Colts will win. The other one, you might be able to sneak a win on the Colts. We'll see. You might. I doubt it, though. Against the Ravens, nah. That's a loss. Steelers, that's a loss. As long as Aaron Rodgers is still playing, yeah, that's a loss. You got the Commanders. The Commanders have been surprisingly a little bit better defensively than people expected in the past few years. That'll be a defensive game. That could be an interesting one to bet on right there in December. We'll see how that rolls. You could see an upset from Houston there. You could. Jags, I think we see a sweep over the Jags. Unless the Jags somehow pull off a miracle and get a split there. Jags have lost a few pieces. So, or we could see a Jags total sweep. One of the two is going to happen. Depends on injuries that late in the season. Eagles, that's a loss. Packers, that's a loss. Titans, that's a win to finish up the season. So, you could be looking at about 5 or 6 wins, Houston, give or take a couple. But, I mean, it's not going to be enough. I think Jacksonville sweeps both those games, to be honest. That is a very weak division of Jacksonville, Houston, Indianapolis, and Tennessee. In the last couple of years. And then we're seeing that Smith avoids a major injury right here. Oof. Wow. He suffered an injury to his patellar fascia in his foot. He's expected to miss some time. It's nothing, but it's not long term either, according to Ian Rappaport. Okay. Good to know. So, team leaders last year were Davis Mills, the quarterback, You got Woody Marks with 37. You got Marlon Klein with 31 receptions. So, defensively, tackles is led by Braden Coddington. Sacks, Caden McDonald. Interceptions, Wade Woodass. Wade Woodass is still in the league? That's a name I haven't heard in a while. Okay. Dang. He hasn't been a free agent? He's still signed to a rookie contract? Well, well, well. Okay, Jacksonville. Jacksonville didn't want him. Houston got him. Houston picked him. Round 4. Let's see what happens. He's already got one solo tackle and a pick last year. Just this preseason so far. Okay, preseason. Mr. Wade. Mr. Wade. Let's see how you do, man. Get yourself acquainted with that Houston defense, and we'll see what you do. Proud of you. I haven't heard that name in a bit. I've been so focused on everybody else's names out there. His kind of slipped under the radar. All right. No starters for this Houston game, so we're going to start looking at the secondary people. You got Davis Mills, the quarterback that's going to start for this game. Woody Marks, the running back, giving David Montgomery a rest. Keyshawn Bodle. Tank Dell is questionable. At wide receiver, Justin Watson. Then you got Foster, Moreau, Blake Fisher, sorry. My bad. Why can I not read what's on the screen sometimes? Evan Brown at left guard, Jake Andrews, center. Hibichi. I'm not even going to say that last name. I don't want to mispronounce it and get it wrong. Out of respect for him. Trent Brown. All right. At right tackle. So, the names that stand out to me right out of the gate is Sterling Shepard. Now, Sterling Shepard's been in the league for quite a while now. 2016 draft pick by the Giants, round 2. Last year, he got 39 catches for 371 yards, 1 touchdown, 9.5 average. Not bad numbers. I mean, career-wise, he's almost up to 5,000 receiving yards. In that many years, which is pretty good. 25 touchdowns, career, 252 first downs. Okay. Yeah, and the biggest thing is this right here. 443 for 672. That's his number of catches versus the number of times he's been thrown to. Very impressive. He's consistent. 36 rushes, 274 yards, and a touchdown. He did have 3 fumbles in his career. That's it. Not bad, Sterling. Not a bad career. I gotta say. It's nowhere near enough to get, to Hall of Fame status, but I mean, he's an under the radar, really good wide receiver. And he's still got a couple years left in the tank. He is 33 though. So do keep that in mind, folks, when you're looking at it. But 5'10", 194 wide receiver, very physical, very attack mode ball hawk wide receiver. So do keep that in mind when you're guarding him. Corners and safeties. We do not want him out, in free space and zone. He will kill you. He will catch the ball consistently and he will run you over for about 60 yards. Pittsburgh up 14-10 over Buffalo right now, halfway through the second quarter. That's your update. So let's go. Let's keep it going. Jarrett Kingston at left guard. Southern Cal. Round 6 pick last year, 2024. 6'4", 308. This dude was talked about a lot during that draft. A lot. So, I want to see what this dude can do. I'm very curious to see who he is. So, number 63, y'all keep that in mind. I'm going to be looking at Jarrett Kingston a lot during this Texans game here, because he's going to get a lot of play time out there. Jarrett Patterson, another one. People were talking about him heavily back in 2023 when he got drafted. Late round pick. Notre Dame guy, 6'4", 310. These are big offensive linemen. Let's see. Trayvon Sanders. He's a rookie, 5'9", 190. But I mean, he's a little guy though. He's a little guy. 5'9", 190. He can still do some damage from Colgate. So, we'll see what he brings to the table. I'm interested. Other names that catch my attention. Let's see. Woody Marks, of course, was mentioned earlier. 4 carries, 37 yards, 1 touchdown. 9.3 average in preseason so far. Decent numbers. I mean, people are saying some positive things about him. $5'10", 208. I mean, about the right size for that type of running back. You got Blake Fisher's another one I want to talk about. Yeah, Blake Fisher, 6'6", 312. This dude is tall enough to be a basketball player. Almost tall enough. Round 2 pick last year, 724. Last year he was finding his footing. Did a decent job, I think. You didn't really hear heads or tails about him, but supposedly he did pretty good. The The Raiders in San Francisco are playing right now on ESPN Unlimited. Most people don't even have that channel. I didn't even know that channel existed, to be honest with you. So, it is what it is. Now, Trent Brown, I've heard good things about. This man's been in the league for a while. 2015. 6'8", 380. Yeah, that's a basketball player right there. Oh my God. That's a big dude. 33 years old. Still playing in the league from Florida. I mean, most of these guys don't last this long. I'm going to go ahead and say this. Most of these guys, if you are that big, you're that size, and you're that age, you're not lasting that much longer in the league. I don't know how this dude has managed to survive this long. Especially being a 7th round pick. That's impressive. They must have really liked what they saw in this dude. He must have turned some heads in camp. Fabici, let's learn about you. 6'4", 319, Oklahoma, 4th round pick last year. Last draft here this year. Not much to say about him. Because I really have never seen him play, so I don't know. All right, Davis Mills. Let's get to it. 93 yards passing for him preseason. Completion percentage of 73.3. How many times did you throw the ball, though? How many passing attempts? That's what I would like to know. This is where I want to consult the game log because I don't know. They're never going to show you, are they? No, they're not going to show you on ESPN preseason stuff. Round 3 pick, 2021. 6'4", 225. Stats maybe. Well, we have the numbers from last year. 159 yards from last year. 5 touchdowns. 1 pick. Dude is mid. We should be able to get a turnover on him. If everybody's on the same page and we're doing what we're supposed to be doing on defense, I would think that there's a chance for an interception. But I'd say the chances are low, but it's there. I would focus more on taking away his targets, to be honest. That would be my goal if I was the offensive coordinator. That you have to plan against there. If I was defensive coordinator, I mean, I'm stumbling on words tonight. I'm sorry. All right, defense. What do we have on defense? Let's see here. I mean, since we're not dealing with starters, I'm going 2nd string on down. And then we'll come back to the starters because I want to look at a couple of the starters to learn more about them. Caden McDonald's a beast. Ja'Tavion Clowney, who we've already had on our roster, so we know what he's capable of. Aiden Fisher, 7th round pick, 6th round. 6'1", 231. Could be a really tough opponent right there. Could be dangerous. Blah, 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 blah. Wade Woodats. He's more of a run stopper, from what I know of Woodats. But he's very good tackler. Very good tackler. Yeah. Eden Fisher. Eden Fisher. We already looked at him already, didn't we? Yeah, we did. I'm losing my mind. Alright. Yeah. Alright, Caleb Johnson. Caleb Johnson, 6th season in the league. Houston Baptist. Huh. 6'2", 227. Okay. Okay. Tremont Smith. He's had 1 pass deflection so far. Central Arkansas, 6th round pick, 2018 by KC. Wow. Chiefs liked him, huh? Okay, you got my attention. New England and Cleveland playing in Cleveland right now on Prime Video. Career-wise, he's had 85 total tackles, 61 solo. 3 forced fumbles. 2 fumble recoveries. 2 interceptions. 7 pass deflections. My goodness. All right. This dude is worth paying attention to. Okay. Yep. If he was a better player, you would expect those numbers to be a little higher as far as the tackles, but he just hasn't had any playing time. He's been working his way up the depth chart. That's why. So. Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me get David on here. Yo, David, you're on with the stream, buddy.
Hey man, what's up?
Yeah, on with the game, the Panthers Texans preview, buddy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I haven't been able to catch you like in private, but I've just been doing a lot of streaming and stuff like that.
Big deal.
So you just called at the wrong
Oh,
times.
you're good. Not really, because I want something to discuss Panther related. I got to get off my chest.
Sure, go for it.
I had to get off. I had to get off the phone with my buddy Lamar. Man. When he said I didn't know my own football team, saying he was trying to say that Sam Mills was playing with Cam. I'm like, man, what are you talking about?
No, unfortunately not. I wish.
And then he's like, the keep pounding chant's been gone for 7 years. I'm like, man, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing it.
That's definitely not correct.
I had to get off of there, so.
Wow.
Oh boy.
What you got to say about that, man? Speak your mind.
I had to get off the phone.
I hear you. I wouldn't be able to stick around for that either. Yeah, the keep pounding chant
It
is
was just
very much alive.
yeah. He was trying to say he's like where's the keep pounding fans at? The keep pounding chants. He's like I don't hear them no more.
You might not hear them, but they still exist, sir. We still got the drum. And Cam Newton
Yeah,
just hit the drum last year.
I told him that.
Mm-hmm.
He was like I mean he was getting to the extreme saying football's gotten soft now, and I just had to get on the phone.
Yeah. Yeah. Fair.
I couldn't take it no more.
So what you think about
Yeah,
this this
well I got one
roster?
more thing to say.
Oh,
He
go ahead.
one more thing. What really pushed me out the phone when he after the Sam Mills thing.
Mm-hmm.
And he said I didn't know my. He's like you're a fan. You don't even know your own team. And that's when I had to get off the
What?
phone.
Nah,
That really upset
bro. Come on now.
me. I don't know, man. I don't know.
You know, I get these comments all the time. People saying, "Oh, you don't know ball," and that some of them are directed at me, and I'm like, "Really? I'm a Panthers YouTuber. I do this. I've been doing this for 7 years, and I don't know if my own team. Want to try again? you know, like
Yeah,
I'm like, bro, I would
crazy.
not be doing this for six to 7 years if I didn't know this team as well as I did. Like, I would definitely be
It just
deferring that to somebody else.
it blew my mind. I'm kind of glad I caught you. I didn't realize your games.
Mm,
I mean, I was doing the stream for tomorrow. At least I got to talk about that. Oof.
yeah,
Hold on one second.
sure. Yeah, David's a delivery man, so just so y'all know. You'll see him pop in every once in a while, put in his 2 cents. But yeah, I'm feeling good about this roster going into this game. I think it's solid. We're just trying to learn about the Texans right now. So I mean, let me see what other names I recognize on this defense. Um, let's see. Merriweather? Is he related to the other Merriweather that was with the Chargers? We got Kayvon Merriweather. I'm gonna ask him when he gets back here. He might know the answer to this. Or he might be able to find it at least. Dominique Bailey. Ah, from Tennessee. Yeah, 6'3", 292, defensive tackle. He got talked about a little bit. Let's talk about Merriweather. This doesn't look like a particularly strong depth chart for Houston. Although I could be wrong. He
All right,
did
man.
get 4
I'm
solo
back.
tackles. Okay. All right. 30 for 49. And he did get a sack, too. Okay. Interesting. We're talking about Kayvon Merriweather, the safety for Houston. Is he related to the Pro Bowler Merriweather that used to play
Oh,
for
that's
the
a good question.
Chargers?
That's a really good question. I have no idea.
That's what I'm thinking. Is that name is very familiar to me. That last name.
Yes, it is.
It's either Seattle or the Chargers. I don't remember which. He may have played for either one. Let me look up. Let me look up that last name. Let me see if I can find it. I have a feeling they're related. I just have that weird feeling.
It could be. Could be.
Sean Merriweather. Sean Merriweather, NFL. No? Let me see. Hold up. Okay. Kayvon. Oh man, that's gonna drive me nuts. Sean Merriweather. How do I know that last
Can't
name?
find it.
It's gonna drive me absolutely crazy. I swear to God, I know that last name though. In the NFL, it's on the tip of my freaking tongue, dog.
Wasn't there a boxer named Floyd Mayweather?
I mean, yeah. Let me.
That name does sound familiar in the NFL though. I mean,
It does though.
I don't know.
It does. Sean Merriweather.
Is it Merriweather or Mayweather?
Merriweather.
Merriweather. Oh.
Mm-hmm. I'm
Oh.
googling it too right now. I have no idea, bro. But that was familiar though. That is not a coincidence that we're seeing that last name again. Raiders up 3-0 on San Francisco right now. Halfway through the first. 7-7 tie. Halfway through the first in Cleveland with New England. And 14-10 Pittsburgh at halftime. So, this, like I said, I don't think this is a particularly strong depth chart for Houston. We may be able to do some damage here. Where specifically, I'm not sure, but I think we could do some damage maybe to the linebacking core. As far as like getting passes over the middle, maybe to the outside. Like we have been doing. I'm just not impressed. Although I will say Caden McDonald is a beast from Ohio State. Because Caden McDonald was picked second round. 6'3", 326 pounds. Defensive tackle. Dude's a monster. 1 sack, 1 solo tackle already. But I mean, he's still getting used to the system. Wait till he gets used to the system. We're going to be hearing that name a lot more. I'll say that. Solomon Bird. There's an interesting one from Southern Cal. 7th round pick. 6'3", 250. Defensive end. It's got one solo tackle so far in a run stuff. In a pass deflection. In his career. Kind of quiet right now, but we'll see. But, here's a question I got for you, David, since you're on here. Caleb Evans or Corey Thornton for that last spot? Your thoughts and why? If you're here. Okay, give him a minute. He's probably in the middle of an order. Alright, shout out Antonio. What's up, man? Panther Pride, keep pounding. That's what's up, man. Facts.
Hey, to be honest with you, on that right there, I haven't really paid attention to those two guys during the preseason. Let's be honest.
That's fair.
I don't want to say an answer that I don't want to just guess a name.
Right. My whole thing is like, has Caleb Evans done enough to warrant a spot on the 53 over Thornton? Right now, I want to say no, but it's a tight battle. You know what I mean? It's a razor thin battle. And I mean, people are 50-50 on this one. Some people like Chad really support Thornton. Some people really support Caleb Evans. You know? I've heard both. So, I mean, I'm not going to be that one that's like the tiebreaker, you know, but at the same time, like, these are really, really good players. You know, the fact that it's come down to this, man, is really exciting for me. We're this tight on building this depth chart. And I'm very, very excited for that.
Have you covered Brad yet? Like, what's your thoughts on him for these past 3 games?
Brad, is it? Like I said, I want to see one more game consistently from Brad's play calling. And if it looks like the last one, then problem solved. I'll go ahead and say it, problem solved. Because it would be just like what everybody's saying, you know, Dave Canales was getting in the way, you know, and Brad Isaac just needed to take over.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm willing to admit that. You know, if that's the case, that's the case. You know, problem solved. But I'm not going to argue with people, you know, over it and say, well, Brad Isaac doesn't know what he's doing, blah, 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 you know. At this, I'm a lot more open to that conversation. You know what I mean? I was really close-minded in my opinions on that last year because of the scores and the play calling I was seeing. But at the same time, like, we're not fully built. So you have to take that into consideration too. We still needed a few more pieces on the offensive line at the time. We needed to finish out that wide receiver core. We needed to get that one last tight end, you know. And, of course, Jonathan Brooks was on the IR. So, I mean, it wasn't like... Plus, we had injuries on the offensive line. So, I mean, there was a lot going on last year to where we were not able to fully see this offense. You know, so I can understand where they're coming from, where we had to run the most bare bones plays, you know, in preseason last year. Versus this year,
Yeah.
where we're starting to expand that playbook a little bit more. We've got the pieces we need. Everybody's healthy. Let's go. You know, it's yellow caution light, but let's go. You know, because we want to make
Yeah.
sure we don't have any more injuries. So that last game was kind of full speed ahead. Let's really test out a little bit more. You know, this offense.
Hmm.
Let's explore. Let's find out what we have. So to me, it's not as simple as, oh, okay, Brad Isaac was the solution to the problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I think he is the solution. I think he's the answer. I'll go ahead and say it after this game if we get the same type of result we did last week offensively. And that's excluding the defense. You know, the defense has to do their job, which it will. The defense has really been coming on strong. I'm really very impressed with.
In the game against Jacksonville, though, offense and defense.
Yes, we made some advancements in a few different areas in the last 2 weeks. And I'm very, very pleased with that. And yes, even during the Bills game, yes, we did have some advancements. But this most recent one, I'm very happy with the tackling at the line of scrimmage from the 3s and 4s.
It was good.
Yeah, we stopped these running backs right at the line of scrimmage. Sometimes even behind the line of scrimmage. And that's why I was just like, okay, maybe it's time to bring one or two of these guys up. You know, you like to see that. That's very encouraging. It challenges the next guy up the ladder. So we won't see the starters for this game. See, we won't get the CJ Stroud battle that everybody wants. The tickets are as low as $12
Yeah.
because of
Wow.
that. Yep. Yeah, you're not going to see Xavier Hutchinson. You're not going to see David Montgomery or Dalton Schultz. So
It's a good thing. I'm glad they're doing it like this because they really need to see on these backups the final cuts for the 53-man roster. So they really need to pay
yeah,
attention to the talent there of who they want to keep.
yeah,
So I think it's pretty important. I think it's pretty important actually.
absolutely agree. Kurt Coleman seems to agree
This is the
too. Um, he said
this is the
he's not
last
happy with the fact that we don't have a
preseason.
fourth game because of that reason.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off, but go ahead.
Oh, you're fine. I was listening. I was listening.
Yeah, Kurt Coleman's really smart, man. I love how this dude talks, man. He just really understands his team from top to bottom. I was watching the training camp live, the second one that they did. He was speaking some straight facts, man. I loved it.
Yeah.
But yeah, what were you saying? I'm sorry.
I forget. Sorry.
That's okay. Um, but yeah, he's not happy with the fact that we don't have a fourth preseason game. He's with us on that one.
I will say this though, it's like if you go back to last preseason to the points we scored and to the
Yeah,
points we scored in this preseason, it's like night and day when you look at the points scored
it
from
is.
from our offense.
It is, and a lot of that has to do with most of the elements I just mentioned.
Yeah.
But also the fact that Brad Isaac is completely 100% calling the plays. And Bryce now has an audible set too. So.
Mm.
So you look at the difference between the Arizona score and the Jacksonville score. The difference is the fact that Jacksonville actually has a pretty decent set of players. They're above. So the fact that we saw 17 points on the board from them, very impressive defense. You guys are stepping it up. 14. We did give up 29 against Buffalo, but I mean it's Buffalo. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I kind of expected that 17 against Jacksonville. We're gonna finally find out if we play Houston the same way we played against Jacksonville. You know, with their depth versus our depth, we're gonna really get a good taste of how good this defense can be. I think. Secondary was second, third string, fourth string, on down. We got a few different position battles to finish up here, but I think we're looking solid, dude. Very, very solid. I also saw that the tickets were as low as $220 on Vivid Seats for the Bears game.
That's gonna be a good. That's a good home opener right there.
$200 if you're going Ticketmaster. You know what I mean? That's absurd. That is absolutely absurd. They're charging $182 for the Eagles game in Philadelphia. The Detroit game is going for $137. That's at home. And the last one that's over 100 right now on Vivid Seats is Green Bay, and that's up in Green Bay. So Green Bay's been known to charge high tickets, though. And so is Detroit to pay for their stadium. Philly, I mean, they just recently won a Super Bowl in the last 3 or 4 years. So, yeah, that's justified. And that team talent hasn't gone away. I can't argue with that price. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yes. Decent.
But 220 for the Bears game is absurd. I'm sorry, that's absurd. I don't know what y'all are doing, Live Nation, or Vivid Nation, but that's ridiculous. Whoever controls the tickets for that. Nah, that's absurd. I'm gonna have to get with Rucker on that one and have a conversation with him about that, because we may not even have to go to that one if that's gonna be that high.
Yeah.
And I hate that, man, because I really wanted to see that game. That was gonna be a really good game too. Pittsburgh 14-10 over Buffalo currently started the third quarter. 14-7
Yeah.
Cleveland over New England, almost the end of the first. The first quarter, 6-0 Raiders over San Francisco in Las Vegas. So, those are current live updates. Let's check our depth chart. Now, I do want to quickly address something. I don't know if you saw this in the group chat or not. Did you see that disciplinary thing that they put in the that I put in the chat? I don't know if this is real or not.
I haven't really looked at group too much. I haven't looked at group too much today.
This could
I don't
be
like
a
going on.
troll post. I don't know. This could be a troll post, but the player was not named, and we supposedly disciplined a rookie for some stupid joke that he said to a female coworker, office worker, in the main office building. So Dave Canales suspended him a game, and he is supposedly not on the depth chart. I mean, like I said, I think it's a troll post because the player wasn't named. It could be fake. Because I wasn't seeing that anywhere else. But if it is true, then we need to be a lot more careful about how we treat each other, and more respectful towards each other. Even if it was a stupid joke, you need to keep it professional if you're a player. If you're a fan, keep it professional. Please. We don't need this garbage. It's a bad look, And I don't know. I'm just looking at this chart. I don't see who it might have been. I mean, they didn't put Tyus on here last week. So I don't think it's Tyus if it was him. I'm going to dismiss it as a fake post, but I don't know. Y'all let me know if it's a real one or not. But yeah, your thoughts on that? What do you think? Is it a fake post or what? I think we lost him. He's still here. My laptop is really lagging right now. Lag. Okay, cool. All right, we're good. He might just be in a bad zone. But yeah, we got Mechie over Elijah Cooks. I think that's a good move there. AJ Dillon apparently is going to make the team, the 53. And the only one I don't agree with that that website was projecting the 53 on was Stone Forsythe. That's the only one I don't really fully agree with because he wasn't physical enough on the offensive line. Other than that, I feel pretty solid about everybody else and where their positions are, what they're doing. Yeah, I like this depth chart. This looks solid. I don't know who Parker Peterson is really in a Panther uniform. You got to show me, Parker. I've seen a couple plays from you, but I need a little bit more. I saw a little bit of a flash of DeCarlos Nicholson too, and I liked him at corner. I want to see more of him. Jeremiah Moon, let me see who you are, sir. Show up today. When we play this game against the Texans, show up. I want to see what you can do. Make some tackles, make some moves. Because right now, third year in the league, and the dude has done absolutely nothing. You're seeing the regular season stats for last year. Nothing. But I mean, 23 total tackles, 11 solo, 12 assisted, 2 forced fumbles, 2.5 run stuffs. That's really all he's done. And what is KB? What is it? Kicks blocked. Oh, he blocked a kick. Interesting. Okay. Beyond that, though, I mean, dude's been in the league 3 years and he hasn't done anything. Raiders had him. They didn't like him. I mean, yeah, he's about to get cut again. Unfortunately, like, I like these guys, but you got to show me a little bit more. That's really what it is. Who messaged me? I get messages all the time. Who messaged me? Oh, that wasn't a message. Okay. Got you. Gotcha. Alright. Now I have heard about these the new Detroit Lions jerseys. I saw those. And you could check them out on Google. They do kind of look like ours. I'm not even going to lie. But I mean, like, I think people are making too much of a big deal out of that, to be honest. It's not like either a team is really doing too much right now, besides making the playoffs. So, I mean, really, I don't know. Wait, Miles Sanders with a DUI? Oh my God. Oh man. That is crazy, dude. Here we go again with this nonsense, man. Oh Lord. I don't understand. Y'all got millions of dollars and you don't know how to act. That's crazy, bro. Last time each team appeared in conference championship games. I've been seeing this a lot lately. Alright, so for us it was 2015. Cardinals, it was 2015 when we completely obliterated them. 2014 was the Colts. 2011 was the Giants. Falcons is 16. They made it to the Super Bowl. We made it to the Super Bowl. In ours. 2016, Pittsburgh made it that far, but they couldn't get past I forget who it was at the time. New England? New England. 2017, yeah, the Jags and the Vikings. Which is interesting to me. Alright, Texans are weekly ranked as the number 1 defense in the NFL entering the 2026 season. Their starters are. But what about the second and third and fourth string down? And that's where things get interesting, because I don't know that they have the depth to keep up with everybody else. And here's something else I want to get into. You got Stephen A. Smith interviewing Dave Canales. Let's take a look.
Is he your franchise quarterback? Is that how you view him? Is he the franchise? I want to make sure I'm not speaking out of turn when I engage in such superlatives about him. Is he your franchise quarterback?
He is right now. He's our guy.
He is right now. Notice the verbiage. He is right now. See, the way you just said that is going to spark a whole nother set of debates that people are going to get on their little soapboxes, on everybody else's stream. And they're going to yap. And it's content creation for them, from that point on. For us, we know that Dave Canales is speaking straight up, and he's saying Bryce Young is our starter. Period. Point blank, period.
He's our guy, and I love the trajectory that he's on. And not just the stuff that he's doing in, from just an operational standpoint, moving the offense, finding chemistry and all that, but it's also just the critical moments, it's those games. It's the close games. It's the one-score game at the end, whether we're up or down. I love having Bryce out there. I love that he stays cool, calm, and collected and aggressive, and he attacks at the right time. So all those things are pointing in the right direction. I'll let the rest of the stuff just, sort itself out.
Is he your franchise?
There's a whole 13-minute video. I was going to go through the whole 13-minute video of that. But, yeah. That whole verbiage right there is going to start a whole bunch of debates on people's channels, though. What's up, Marcos Cash? I mean, this man, speaking of Marcos Cash, he has seen all of these debates. Okay, so you know exactly what starts these debates up. And it's this language right here. Based on how many people's debates you've seen, who seems the most knowledgeable on what they think about Bryce Young? I'm curious about that. I'm curious about your take on that. Because, honestly, I'm not going to sit there and just, go around and click on anybody's stream that starts their title up with Bryce Young this, Bryce Young that. I'm not going to do that. Now, if you start talking about any one of the other 52 men on the roster, then I'm interested. You got my attention. Because some of these conversations are really, really interesting. and worth listening to. My man has smashed the like button. There you go. There you go. There we go. That like button is free, y'all. It's free. All this content is for free. If you're feeling it, hit the like button. If you're not, don't bother me any. But it would be nice. You know what I mean? It would be nice. Anyway. Open invitation. Alright. If this is the actual new logo for the Lions, no. Come on, Detroit. Come on, Detroit. That's AI. That's gotta be AI. That's 100% gotta be AI. There's no way that it looks that close to our Panther. Nah. That's AI. That's AI. Alright, let's see what else people are saying. Okay, so we're still doing the whole CJ Stroud versus Bryce Young debate, huh? You're still bringing that crap back up, even though neither one of them are playing in this game. Neither one of them are playing in this game, and you still want to have that debate. I don't understand this fan base. I don't get these people.
Hold on, let me ask the people. Who is running back 3, A.J. Dillon or Trevor Achane? This is a big decision.
Ooh, good conversation. Good conversation topic. Hold up.
Hold on, let me ask the people.
That's a good topic right there. That's a real good topic. I'm on the fence with Bryce. This is year 4. If he comes slow, stagnant, then he is who he's been saying he is in the past 3 seasons, which is mid at best. This is year 4. That's not what I asked, though. That's not what I asked, Marcos. I asked who, in your opinion, has the closest and most intelligent views on Bryce Young, based on stats and information and just opinion-wise, you know. Because I know you've heard, like, Unk's side of it. I know you've heard, like, multiple people that have been on Unk's channel. Probably a couple of others as well. You know, and ours too. So, I just wanted to see who do you think has the most intelligent conversations about Bryce? Let me know. Oh, okay. You misheard. No problem. No problem, man. Yeah, we lost David. He was on here earlier. But yeah, here's another good conversation topic. A.J. Dillon or Travis Etienne. I'm gonna be real with you. I think A.J. Dillon. I look at Etienne and I see a guy that's just not quick enough through these gaps as a running back. I see a guy that's just not physically strong enough to break these tackles, you know, like A.J. Dillon is. I could be wrong, though. Okay, content creator Clay. All right, good to know. Good to know. I'll check out a couple of his opinions on that. I've been kind of steering away from that stuff because I don't. it's all recycled garbage when it comes to Bryce Young conversations and Cam Newton conversations. You know what I mean? And it just gets annoying after a while. You know, people have the same comments, same arguments. You know, they lie about whatever they're saying, or there's some. It's just drama. It's content creation. You know what I mean? That's what it is to me. But you know, it's nothing against it. If you're making money off of it as a content creator and that's what your goal is, go for it. You know, and getting views off of it and getting clicks, by all means. You know, no one's telling you that you're doing the wrong thing. You know, so it's all Panthers content. So, I mean, to me, fair enough. Dylan over Etienne. Yeah, I think a lot of people have trouble spelling his last name, but I think AJ Dillon has a lot more physical strength, and he did show that in the last game. He hits the hole faster. He's stronger. He's got a motor, you know, and that's what you want in a running back. Even late depth chart running back. Okay. Clay keeps it real. If Bryce looks sloppy, then he calls him out. If Bryce does well, then he gives him his flowers. Okay. All right. So here's my question. Since we want to get into that, I'm assuming when he called him sloppy, he was talking about the Bills game, correct? So if he's talking about the Bills game, you have to take into consideration you're looking at the 4-3 press coverage because of the way McDermott set up that defense in Buffalo. That is what they do. You know, McDermott's not there anymore, but that is what they do. Now, that's been their formula since he took over. It has not changed since. So these guys are going to be tight coverage. They're going to be really, really fast and aggressive corners, safeties, secondary players on these wide receivers. It's going to be tough for these guys to get open. So, are you basing Bryce Young's lack of performance on the fact that he couldn't find anybody to throw to, and he ended up failing on those drives because of that? Or are you basing it on your own biased judgment of Bryce Young based on what you think you know? You know, there's two different ways you can roll with that. And a lot of people are going to say, if they're not realistic about it and they're not looking at that factor, they're thinking, okay, yeah, Bryce Young sucks, blah, 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 blah. You know, here comes the usual Bryce Young haters. But if you're keeping it real and you recognize the fact that that is a thing, you know, then you have to factor that in. If you don't, and you didn't know that, fair enough, you know. And I have a feeling Clay didn't know that. Or he just wasn't pointing that out. Which is fair. If you didn't know, you didn't know. You know? But there's some of these people in this fan base that have been here long enough that they should know that. You know? And that's why I'm just like, okay. You know? I'll take it with a grain of salt, but, you know, it is what it is. But let's hear what this man has to say about this running back battle. Let's go.
People, who is running back 3, A.J. Dillon or Trevor Achane? This is a big decision.
A-Chain.
Look at how quickly Jonathan Brooks went from running back 2 to running back 1 because of a hamstring. And y'all know.
Ooh, he's got a point. He has a point. He has a very solid point. Okay. I'm following.
Hamstrings can be tricky. What if Chuba Hubbard is not ready for week 1? Jonathan Brooks is your starter, and one of these guys is running back 2. It's a big decision. What if Brad Isaac, because I'm hearing a lot of people say the Panthers offense needs to be built around the running game. What if Brad Isaac says week 1 against Chicago, we're going to run the ball 25 times? Well, there's no way. Jonathan Brooks, who hasn't played in 2 years, there's no way I'm giving him 25 carries. I would give him anywhere between 11 to 13 carries. Who gets the other 12 or 13? You're looking at one of these guys, A.J. Dillon or Trevor Achane. Who's running back 3 right now? Because week 1, they could be running back 2. Coach Cherry, who would you pick? Going into the Jacksonville game, I would have said A.J. Dillon. But
he has a solid point. That is a very real scenario that could happen. I like this. I like that he pointed this out. This is good. This is a conversation we definitely need to have. Because the running backs grease the wheels on the offense. You know? So we need to make sure we get this right.
Trevor Achane ran that ball against Jacksonville, y'all. That's the best I've seen him run the football since Georgia. Trevor Achane ran that thing. I think it comes down to the preseason game against the Houston Texans, not the joint practice. I want to see what you do when the stadium lights are on, when people are eating hot dogs and nachos with cheese, when there's a baby in the crowd crying for their parents to pick them up. That's when I want to see you perform, not a joint practice. Whoever performs the best against the Houston Texans in the preseason game, that's who I would put as running back 3, because they may end up being running back 2 and playing a very big role in week 1 if Chuba Hubbard is not ready. A.J. Dillon or Trevor Achane? Hold on, let me ask the people.
Oh, man. Excellent question. What do y'all think? Let me know. Marcos Cash has already made his point here. He thinks A.J. Dillon. I'm going to say A.J. Dillon as well. I'm going to actually agree with Dwayne here that is posting this. I think let them both battle it out in this preseason game. Let's see. Yeah. That's the easiest way to do this, is just figure it out from there. You're not going to learn anything from a joint practice. You're not going to learn anything from just basic practices. Live games are better. Live games, you have to be physical. You have to go 100%. You know, you're going to get tackled. You're going to get hit. You're going to get real play calling signals, game time signals. You have to be able to communicate as a running back and understand those signals. So it's not just a practice. It's a preseason game. It's a game time scenario. So I agree. I'm with Mr. Dwayne Cherry here on that. Marcos Cash says, this is how I stand. Bryce hasn't shown anything great. He has shown flashes, and at the same time, he has not looked like a failure either. I can't speak for anybody else. This is just my opinion. Fair enough. And everybody is welcome to share their opinion, no matter how crazy it might be. That's the platform we built, for everybody to share their opinion. Some people will agree, some people will disagree, and we do it so respectfully, and that's what encourages healthy debate. So, based on what he has said, I think he's shown a little bit more than flashes at this point. I get where you're coming from, but I've seen a little bit more than just flashes to convince me that Bryce is the guy. That Hall of Fame game, once A.J. Dillon started running the ball, they let A.J. into the end zone. They didn't want to stop those hits from him. Granted, it was the second, third string. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I would have rather they tried to tackle him, and let's just see how powerful he is, running into the end zone in a goal line situation. Because each situation can happen in a real live regular season game. You might have a goal line situation where you need to rely on A.J. Dillon. You might need like a 1st and 5, maybe in the red zone situation. You just never know what these scenarios might be. So you need to be prepared for everything. And that's what's good about the preseason is you can prepare for stuff like that with these games in real game scenarios. So based on that, I do agree. Etienne did run really well in this last preseason game. I'll grant you that. Is it enough to push him over A.J. Dillon? I'm going to say no. Right now, I'm going to have to say no. Would you want to tackle that man, Corey? I mean, me personally, I'm 5'7". Like, I'm like 180 pounds. I would get ran the heck over. I'm just being real with you. I'm not a football player. I'm not built like that. Maybe you are, but I'm not. Would I like to try to tackle that man? No. No, thank you. But, I mean, we got 220-pound guys on the line, up to 300 pounds, on the D-line. That's their job. They're paid to do that. So, I'm not trying to take anybody's job. No thanks. That would be absurd. No.
Gets the start at right.
Oh, that's the Packers highlight.
Look at how quickly Jonathan Brooks.
But yeah, excellent debate started right there.
Went from running back 2 to running back 1.
Shout out to Wayne Cherry. I appreciate this. And shout out to CJ for posting this. I really like that. Very real situation. And that's what we're looking for. We want to understand how, when these situations pop up, how are we going to respond? Do we respond with skilled players, or do we respond with guys we weren't sure about? So, I like this Mortal Kombat picture of Bryce. That's hilarious. That's great. Oh, God. You guys are so creative. I love it. Oh, man. Is he about to take the next step in Carolina, though? I believe so. Honestly, he looks a lot more confident and just in control of this offense. He's using better language, to communicate. He's throwing accurately, when he needs to. He's throwing the ball away when he needs to. He's not creating turnovers like he did in the first and second year. And that's a positive. You'll knock Bryce Young for his height. I can't talk on 5'6". Oh, you'll never knock him for his height. Okay. I was about to say. You know, and that's one thing, like, I've had issues with people that post this stuff, like, what does Bryce Young need to do to get better? You know, that was one of the questions I saw, you know, in one of the posts. And somebody just goes, grow 2 inches taller. You know, I'm like, how does one do that at that age? Please explain that to me scientifically. I would love to know the answer to that. Oh, so he just eats a magic bean and he just grows 2 inches taller, right? Oh, I can magically see over the offensive line now. It's like, get real. I see that all over the internet and I'm just like, you guys are ridiculous, bro. That's why I challenge all these people that say this, and I'm just like, how? Please explain. I would love to know how you magically do that. Do you eat a bunch of green vegetables? Like, how does that work? Oh my god. Like, I think it's hilarious. Honestly. Oh man. I've been making fun of that for so long. And it's just, it's utterly ridiculous. I've never understood people that say that stuff. It blows my mind. Sometimes this fan base, like, they could be entertaining, they could be interesting, they can be funny, you know. But honestly, when it comes down to getting down to business, you know, we get down to business. That's just who we are. You know? We're serious about our team. We love our team. We're passionate about it. You know what I mean? But I just think that's entertaining to me. All right. Let's see. So, based on what we know, there haven't been any transactions made. We added Darren Waller, but are we using him? That's my question. You know, and my other question is Stone, man. The physical issue with him. I just can't put him on the 53. I can't do it. I would like to know what... Oh, there's Tyus. There's Tyus. He's in the running back room. And that's another added element to this running back dilemma, is Anthony Tyus. He's impressed me against the 3s and 4s. Should he be in the mix for a running back 3? In that debate. Should he be in there? What do y'all think? Because I don't want to leave my man Tyus out, man. He's been balling this whole camp. I would be kind of disappointed to see him end up on the squad, but, you know, I wouldn't be surprised. It is what it is, you know. But I'm not mad at it, you know. We try to get these guys the best 53-man roster we could possibly get. And a few of these guys will end up on squads. Some of them may not. Some of them may just be cut completely. I don't see Tyus being cut. I see him ending up on squad if he does not make 53. Guaranteed, he's going to make squad. Now, Cam Gill to me will make 53. I think he will. Kyron Bars will be cut. I don't even think he's going to end up on squad, to be honest. Tyrone Malone, cut. Tyreek Funderburk. Honestly, I value Cam Miller over Tyreek. I'm going to be real with you on that. I think there's something with Nicholson. I like Nicholson. I don't know what it is, but I like Nicholson, man. I feel like there's more to be dug up out of that well. You know? I feel like there's more there. I think put him on squad. Yeah, DeCarlos, put him on squad. I want to see more of this dude. Devonta Smith. Maybe not. Oh, man, that's a tough call. That's a tough call. Because Devonta Smith actually did make some plays in preseason. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he forced that fumble. Yeah. Okay. I can kind of see why he's over Nicholson because of that reason right there. But is that all he can do? Let me look up the stats on him. The past few games here. And to do that, I need to look at the stat sheets for the last couple of games. Let's see. Where does he show up? I want to see. We might not learn anything out of this Arizona one, but maybe. And remind me, it was Devonta Smith. Okay. Yep, Devonta Smith. Okay, 4 tackles in the Arizona game. 3 of them solo. In the Buffalo game, let's see what we got here. Box score. I'm looking for him specifically for right now. There he is. 3 tackles, 2 solo. Okay. Not bad. Now, Jacksonville game. Where do you show up on the Jacksonville game? Let's see. He's probably going to be lower because of the fact that we played the starters that day. Oh, wow. 3 tackles, 2 of them solo. And a QB hit. Okay. So this dude does have a little something in him. He got a forced fumble. Okay. So when you look at him over Nicholson, yeah, I could see that. I can see that now. Nicholson's got his couple of pass blocks, you know, couple of tackles, but I mean it's not enough compared to Devonta, for sure. Robert Rochelle's doing good too. He's improved. I mean, we got a real battle here going on in the corner room. I like this. I like this. I like all of these guys. Except for Tyreek. Tyreek's got to step it up if he wants to compete in a battle. In battle with these guys. Because I'm seeing everybody in this corner room making big plays at one point or another. And Tyreek's just kind of like, meh, I'm cruising along making some tackles, but that's really it. And Nicholson too. So I'm just kind of like, eh. Where you at, man? So, I mean, I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong. He only got one against Jacksonville last week. So, let me look for him specifically now. Because I want to make sure we get this just right. There's Parker Peterson. He's getting 2 tackles a game. Well, he's getting his 1 tackle a game. Cam Gill put stuff on the scoreboard. There you go. There you go. For somebody that low on the depth chart, getting 2 tackles, you know, a sack, a tackle for a loss, and a QB hit. Two QB hits. I'm sorry, 2 QB hits. That's actually really impressive against the Buffalo Bills. Well done, Cam Gill. That's what we want to see right there. That's what makes these battles interesting. You start making plays against people like these guys right here, yeah, you're doing something right. And that's why I like Zachy Wheatley. 7 tackles here. Very impressive from the rookie. Love that. You know, I got nothing but positive things to say about this defense right now. I've been high on Chow for quite a while now as well. Kuwatch getting his 3 tackles, you know. He's been battling. Thornton 2 for 2. I mean, these are very interesting stats. This is where you really learn about these guys that are lower in the depth chart, is against teams like Buffalo. When you take L's like this, but you can still learn a lot about your depth chart in preseason, that's still a win, folks. I don't care what anybody tells you. That's still a win because you're learning things. You're learning who these guys are. You're learning mannerisms on the field during a live game. You're learning communication. You're learning what these guys can and cannot do in a live game, you know, versus practice. So, my opinion, yeah. Love to see these numbers here. This is beautiful. This is something we can work with. So when Dan has to make some of these choices at the end of the week, they're not going to be easy ones. By any means. And I'm excited to see who gets on this roster and who doesn't. Yeah, cut day is going to be very fun. I'm very excited for this year. My excitement ramps up every year for that. Ever since Dave Canales took over and Dan Morgan is GM, I've been very excited for that. And I have not been disappointed yet. There's always going to be that one player that you're disappointed with, in cut day that makes the 53 that probably shouldn't. But, I mean, this year we can look around a lot of these guys and just say, oh, okay, cool. It's not going to be a big deal because it's going to be somebody third or fourth string this time around. But again, like I said, Stone to me just isn't it. He's not physical enough, and until he is, it's just not a 53-man roster for me. Play. I can't get behind that. But again, I don't run the team. Dan Morgan does. Dave Canales does. Maybe they see something we don't. So, I'm not willing to throw the baby out with the bathwater here. Just because I say that I don't agree with the player doesn't mean we have to necessarily jump on that opinion. If the management trusts these guys, then they trust them. And I trust the management right now. So, they haven't given me any reason not to. Every year we've been progressing, we've been making adjustments, we've been succeeding consistently. It may not have shown up on the scoreboard consistently, but, we're making progress consistently. And that's what matters. Because we're moving up the board. So, for example, last year we went from last or dead near doggone near last in the league to mid of the league. So my whole thing is this. Like, if you're making progress, that's still winning. If you're trying to build a dynasty. People don't want to hear that are instant gratification people. I get that. If you're one of those people, I get it. I'm not saying you can't be. What I'm saying is, that's just how you feel. You know what I mean? And I respect it. We're trying to, then just, oh yeah, let's just sign listen and say, oh yeah, let's make a Super Bowl team. No. You're trying to build a Pro Bowl team at that point. That's not how that works. You're trying to build a Senior Bowl or something like that. Like, come on. This isn't Madden. Successful teams have built up dynasties over time. KC's done it. New England's done it. Pittsburgh has done it. Philadelphia has done it. Seattle has done it. These guys know how to draft. They know how to put these things together. So, with all due respect to the instant gratification people, please wait your turn. Speak your mind, but wait your turn. Because when these guys start producing results, then get excited. Because then it's just like, okay, if you jump on board like the last year of that dynasty, where we finally put everything together, it's like, oh yeah, now you could be instant gratification. Now you could say, oh, we're going to win the Super Bowl. You know? It's Super Bowl or bust, mentality at that point. And at that point, it's like, okay, fair enough. We've got the talent. We've got everything that we're looking for. So now you could say, yeah, why not? Why not? Let's adopt that mentality. But until that happens, you can speak your mind, but in reality, it's probably not going to happen yet. Just saying. Hate to burst your bubble, hate to bring you back down to earth, but that's just the way it is. This is the NFL. These are not easy games to win. None of the NFL is easy. None of it. If anybody tells you the NFL is easy, they're lying. Every single one of these players earned their way up there. They scratched, they clawed, they bled on that football field, and they earned it. And they're getting paid for it. You know? Update. Pittsburgh 27-20 over Buffalo. 6 minutes to go in the game in Buffalo. 27-13 Cleveland over New England and halftime. Cleveland fans, this is probably the only time you could ever get excited because this is the only time you're ever going to beat New England. It's in preseason when it doesn't matter. So, oh, gosh. Savor it as much as you can. That's all I can tell you. 9-6 Las Vegas Raiders over the San Francisco 49ers. Start of the third quarter in Las Vegas. So there you go. There's that information. Game starts at 7 o'clock tomorrow. We're looking to start the game stream about 6:30 p.m. tomorrow. Do the Texans have any major injuries that we need to be aware of? Ali Gay, questionable with the lower body injury. Carted off the field during the joint practice with the Panthers. Jadeveon Clowney's hurt again with an ankle injury this time. Did not participate in Wednesday's practice. Dude stays hurt, man. I'm telling you. Like, I'm starting to agree with the people that are saying that Clowney is made of paper, man. I'll start to agree with that. Anybody starting to agree with that too? Because this dude just stays hurt. I don't know what it is. Braden Smith with a foot injury. Carted off practice on Wednesday. So we saw that article on their main page on ESPN. Dylan Horton is IR. The defensive end. Martin Mapu, IR, linebacker. Undisclosed injury. That's weird. Okay. Wade Woodad's questionable with a thumb injury. Expected to play. For us. Oh no, this keeps going. This keeps going. Oh, goodness, goodness, goodness. Wow. This is quite the list. Alright. Let's keep going then. Bevan Jordan, the tight end, questionable with knee injury. Jawar Jordan, questionable hip injury. Did not practice on Monday. We're only interested in 24th on, because that's Monday through Wednesday, right? That's in Charlotte. Oh. All right, 23rd. 23rd counts. So is 22nd. We got Casey Osai, linebacker, placed on IR. He's probably done. They're probably going to waive him on a player-friendly contract, you know, with his injuries. You just get him out of there. He's so far down the depth chart, he's just not even going to be there anymore. EJ Speed, pup list, physically unable to perform list. He will miss the entire 2026 season due to torn quadriceps tendon. Oof. Terrible way to go out. Oh, man. For the season. Terrible. Calf injury, ankle injury. Jaden Higgins, IR. Oof. My goodness. Houston, y'all got a ton of injuries. Tank Dell, Jake Henson, MJ Stewart. Oh, goodness. Boy, y'all were not kidding. Somebody told me that Houston had a lot of injuries. They were not kidding. That's a wild list. Good gracious. All right. And that's before we get to ours, of course. We have our share of injuries too. We've got Devin Lloyd with a knee injury, sat out practice on Wednesday. Haynes King still dealing with the hamstring injury, but he will play. Oh no, he will not play. He will not play. According to ESPN, he will not play. All right, so we get a one and done opportunity from Haynes King in preseason, huh? All right. Xavier Legette, questionable with an ankle injury, walking boot on his foot until Thursday. The wide receiver, Chuba Hubbard, with a hamstring injury, remains on track for week 1. So, that's what he was just speaking about was, is Chuba going to be ready for week 1? If he's not, we're going to see either a split carry between either Etienne or A.J. Dillon as the second running back. So, Jalen Phillips, arm injury, will not play. I mean, we're not playing starters anyway. So, Derek Brown, questionable. Doesn't say what it's for on the 19th. But I think we all figured out what that was. And then we're waiting to see if Wharton will come back from the PUP list, anytime soon. If he does, it's going to make things very interesting in the defensive tackle room. As far as that last spot. And of course, we all know Brazil, the new rookie wide receiver, on the IR. Dan Chesney on the IR. Honestly, I think Dan Chesney is done. I haven't seen him do anything exciting anyway when he was healthy. Nick Scorton, Icky, and Taylor Moton, of course, on the IR respectively. So, it's not like we don't have our injuries too, but, ours are a little more important than Houston's are. Theirs are more depth concerned. Ours are more starter concerned. Which makes things interesting because most of these injuries occurred in practices. Not during a live game. We've already had one investigation by the NFLPA regarding that. I would really prefer we didn't have a second one. So, whatever we're doing, we need to dial back just a hair. Just a hair. And I think we should be fine. And, I mean, it's not like we don't need to dial up the practices and make sure that everybody's competing hard, and give them as much as they can and pushing themselves, of course, but you don't want it to cause injuries to where the NFLPA start investigating. So it's a razor thin line. It's a glass thin line. You have to be real careful with that. But yeah, I get what Dave Canales is saying. You've got to be competitive. You've got to be angry. You've got to be physical in the NFL if you want to compete. And I totally get it. I totally get that. There's arguments on both sides for that. But like I said, be careful. Understand what the limits are of these players. They're physical human beings. They're not just names and numbers on a page. They're actual human beings. Which I believe this management respects that and understands that. So, but we did dial it up because these practices before Dave Canales came along were definitely not physical enough. They were not aggressive enough. They were not what we were looking for at all. Up to the standard of what everybody else is doing. We were definitely falling behind. So, credit to Dave Canales for figuring that out and getting that straightened out. And remember, Dave Canales was trained by Pete Carroll, the legendary Seattle head coach. So, there's going to be a lot of those traits that he's going to bring to the table in Carolina. Coaching-wise. Which, I'm excited. That's one of them. So, let's see what's going on. 2 minutes left in this Pittsburgh game against Buffalo. Buffalo's got the ball on the Pittsburgh 47. Let's kind of track that real quick. Let me see. Can Buffalo get into the red zone and score here? You're looking at Buckle, huh? 26 for 38. 196 yards. Not bad. That's really good numbers for a backup quarterback. For one that's starting a whole game. I'm impressed. But even then, it's still not enough. Two minutes. Wait, there's a player suspended? What the heck happened? How do you have a player that reserve SUS? 9 days ago? Bro, what did you do? They got you suspended, bro. Yikes. Okay. Well, that happened. Whoa. Second and goal? Oh my goodness. Okay, Buckle, who are you? Not bad. Who got all those big yards? I want to see who got that play. 40-yard penalty? How do you... What? Defensive pass interference. Enforced at the 47. And then you got a 6-yard run. That's crazy, dude. That doesn't... Oh my goodness. Buffalo's about to tie this game up. Or they could go for the win. We'll see what happens here. I'm very interested to see how this plays out. We got 2 timeouts for Pittsburgh, 3 timeouts for Buffalo. With 1:09. Interesting. Oh, touchdown, Buffalo. Well, well, well. I'm going to take a guess that was the running back running a draw play up the middle. Yep. Yep, Wheeler. Mm-hmm. He got us for one in our game, too. Dang. He found the end zone against us, too. When we played him. 2 weeks ago. Oh, shoot. Okay, Buffalo. Here. Ooh, they got the 2-point conversion? Whoa. Who got it? 2-yard touchdown run. Okay. Buckle pass to Pettis is complete. Attempt success. Interesting. Wow. Okay, that really puts pressure on Pittsburgh now with 2 timeouts. And ours really not looking too good right now. 8 for 14 looks terrible. Numbers wise. Goodness. Interesting situation there. Very interesting situation. Let's see the box score on this. Okay, Will Howard is in now, I believe. So he's got 69 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. 83.1% completion rating. Interesting. They're not exactly spreading the ball around. Some of these guys just have 1 catch. Shane's done a good job of spreading the ball around. 80.6 completion rating, 196 yards. No touchdowns, but I mean, look at these numbers. Very nice. A lot of these guys have double-digit yardage. Not bad. Yeah, I think that's Buffalo's game to win, y'all. I think it is. A little bit of a defensive battle going on in Las Vegas here. Let's check in on that one. 9-6. So you're not expecting big numbers up here with the quarterbacks, but you are expecting it from the defense. Who are you? Bethune, huh? 9 tackles. Florida State round 7 guy, huh? Tatum, yeah, Tatum. There was a lot of talk about this dude in weight rounds. I remember that before 2024. Yeah. I remember this dude. Interesting. Look at that. 101 tackles. 40 of them solo. 1 sack. 4 pass deflections. 5 run stops. Okay. Modest career. So far. 9 tackles, though. In a preseason game. Interesting. You don't often see that from a linebacker in preseason. I need to see box score. Box score. Box score. Show me box score. Yep. Oof. Mac Jones 1 for 5? Ouch. And we're talking about Mac Jones, who was behind Tom Brady at one point in New England. That Mac Jones. I mean, he looked good at preseason games that I saw him play. Up till this one. Everybody has a bad game once in a while. You know, it's understandable. But how do you bounce back? You know what I mean? Ooh. Jaden Duggar has 9 tackles as well. Wow. Tackle for a loss and a pass deflection? Not bad, Tatum. Not bad at all. You're used to seeing like 4 tackles, 3 tackles, in preseason. You're not used to seeing 9. You're definitely not used to seeing 2 guys with 9 tackles. Interesting. Okay, Duggar. Tell me about you. 5th rounder. 154. Okay. So this is the new guy. 2 tackles previously. Okay. 6'4", 240. Got you. All right. 1 pass deflection in preseason so far. Up until today. 5 of those were solo tackles. Okay, so he had help. I see. 10 tackles. Okay. Calm down. You're not Luke Kuechly. Calm down, buddy. God. Bless, that man had like 13 tackles, 14 tackles a game. I mean, Luke Kuechly was insane. And that was during regular season games. There's a reason why he made the Hall of Fame. Dude's put up 10 tackles in a preseason game. Impressive. It might not count, but it is impressive. It caught my attention. That's for sure. You don't notice that until you look at the stats, folks. Always pay attention to the stats. Cleveland. Holy cow, Daniel Gabriel. Okay. Dylan Gabriel. 12 for 15. Look at this. 186 yards. 3 touchdowns. Did Cleveland just find their quarterback? Because it's sure the heck isn't Watson. I know that. Watson was awful. Watson was absolutely terrible. 5 for 12. 36 yards. 1 pick. Ran the ball twice, got 13 yards out of it. I mean, he was terrible in that Patriots game. Oof. So it sure the heck isn't him. Granted, he did just come off an injury, but come on. $250 million for what? $250 million for this dude to go 5 for 12 and 36 yards. Blech. the Cleveland. Blech. That's why nobody respects this team. Point blank. Everybody on it sucks. Everybody. You only go there to get money. Same with the Jets. And the Titans are getting that bad too. So is Arizona. I will say this though. Dylan Gabriel. I get it. It's preseason. But you have to consider, should Cleveland start having conversations about Dylan Gabriel? Man, see that. Look at that. 17 points in 1 quarter. Not bad. They might have their new quarterback on their hands. They might. They just might, y'all. But that game still got a quarter to go. Still to come for week 3 preseason, we've got Tampa Bay and Jacksonville at 7:30 on Friday. Also on Friday, Seattle and KC. The preseason rematch. Although it won't count, it'll still be interesting to keep an eye on to see who has the better depth. Because neither one of these teams have really lost that much since that Super Bowl. And that's a scary thought. Washington, Baltimore at 6 o'clock on Friday. 7 o'clock, Falcons and Miami. 7:30, you got the Giants and Jets on Friday. Cincinnati and Philly, 8 o'clock on CBS. Are the starters going to play in that game? If they are, I want to look at Joe Burrow. If not, I'm not interested in that one. We're going to be focused on our game anyway, so it really doesn't matter. Saints in Dallas, 8 o'clock Friday, ESPN Unlimited. Everybody's playing on Friday. Look at this. Sheesh. Arizona, Green Bay, 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock, you got Minnesota and Denver on the NFL Network. Then you got 2 on Saturday, Detroit and Indianapolis at 1 p.m. Chicago and Tennessee at 6 p.m. Both on NFL Network. I might have a slight interest in Detroit and Indy. Although I've got stuff to do Saturday, so I'm probably not going to be paying that much attention to it, to be real with you. I'll just check the box score later on Sunday. Huh. 12 for 15, 3 touchdowns. Huh. Look at that. This is the most excited Browns fans are ever going to be. How about that? That's wild. If they somehow manage to score this, let's track this drive real quick. I want to see if they score. If they do, Cleveland, you might just have yourselves a new quarterback. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I don't know what these other two preseason games look like for him. I would venture to say he's done pretty well, though. Or good enough, before this one. Of course, we had our Haynes King, third stringer, do really, really well against Arizona. So, I'm interested to see where this goes. This could be starter material right here if he does well in this drive. Whoop, red zone. Well, well, well. All right. Let's see. Box score. He may not be the one in right now. Yeah, Taylor Green is in. Taylor Green is in. Okay. Green, let's see what you got. Can you get it in? Oh. Come on. Good pass to the tight end. Can you find the end zone? 10 yards. 10 yards. End of the quarter. Oh. Dude, y'all had us hyped up for nothing. Come on. Cliffhanger. Start of the fourth quarter. Dang, that is a terrible cliffhanger. All right. Rams and Chargers are playing? Oh. Okay. That could get interesting, depth-wise. I'm interested to see who has the better depth chart between those two. I'm pretty sure neither one of them are playing starters. I'd be willing to bet neither one of them. So we are legitimately going to see which bench is better between those two. Personally, I'd bet on the Rams. I think the Rams depth chart is better. Because I've seen the Chargers kind of go in and out this preseason, depth-wise. This is interesting. I want to see. I'm going to leave it on this for a second. Because I want to see how this quarterback does. But yeah, overall, we have a pretty good shot at showing Houston our depth chart and what we're doing with, and I think our defense will come through. We'll play well. I'm a little worried about that zone defense leaving people open. That shouldn't be open. So I'd like a little bit tighter press coverage from our players. And I would also like to see a solid outing from our offense. Show me that you can consistently find a solid drive, against Houston. Drive after drive after drive after drive. Can we get something going? I need more from Pickett. Pickett just hasn't been showing me enough. He had a few good drives against, I think it was Buffalo, but in Jacksonville. But that was really all I'm seeing. I need a little bit more to be convinced. Okay, yeah, Pickett needs to be number 2. You know what I mean? Haynes King, if we had a 4th preseason game and this dude was healthy, if we could put him out there, we'd have a healthy quarterback battle for number 2. Very healthy quarterback battle. That would be fun to watch. I would love to see an entire game of just Kenny Pickett in the first half, Haynes King in the second half. With the same players, transitioned. And then fourth quarter, we bring in the late position battles that we're still looking at. Like 2s and 3s for most of that game. I would love to see how these two connect with them offensively. Wow. Cleveland with the touchdown. Look at this. Look at this. Did Cleveland just find an offense? Everybody in the Cleveland fan base going, "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god." We actually scored. We actually have an offense. And then regular season hits. Womp womp. I can't wait. Oh my god. I can't wait. What is Cleveland's preseason record anyway? It's got to be notoriously terrible. Oh man. Oh my god, Taylor Green. Look at you. 4 for 4. For once, the quarterback room doesn't suck. I don't believe it. What am I looking at right now? That's crazy. Okay, they gave Davin Bush a Davin Booth. Sorry, why am I mispronouncing his name? Davin Booth. 1 touchdown. God, my brain right now. Okay, look for a Marshall, huh? All got touchdowns. Well, 213 yards in a preseason game. Not bad, Cleveland. Y'all still suck. Oh, man. Okay, 3-0 Rams. Halfway through the first. We'll see how things roll. But, we are 2-1 in preseason play currently. Now, I brought up Pickett. This was his most recent performance. 15 for 25. No, that's his overall. That's his overall. I need to see each game's performance from Pickett. As a matter of fact. Yeah. Let's take a look at Pickett. I should have kept that up there. How unprofessional of me. Alright. We'll get there. Okay, so, Pickett. Against the Arizona Cardinals, 8 for 11. 62 yards. 86.2 quarterback rating. Pretty decent. Okay. No touchdowns, no picks. Not bad. Now, moving on. You got Buffalo. What do you do against Buffalo? 16 for 19, 92 yards and a touchdown. Pretty good game for him against Buffalo. I will have to say that's his best game so far in preseason. Out of the 3. Did he take 3 sacks? Yes. But he got the job done. And one of those sacks was actually on Stone. So, actually, I want to see, did he take any other sacks Yeah, he took 1 sack against Arizona. Got it. All right. Now, Jacksonville game. How do you do in the Jacksonville game? That's the one I want. There we go. All right. Kenny Pickett had a rough day against Jacksonville as far as accuracy was, but he still got a touchdown. Still managed a nice 88.2 rating. I mean, but the biggest thing, 0 sacks. Y'all notice this number right here? Nice job, O-line. Nice job, O-line. Look at that. 0 sacks on any of these quarterbacks. Granted, Jacksonville does have a pretty decent pass rush, but mainly from the starters. And this offensive line really stepped up. Even Kyle Trask was protected for enough time that he could throw 4 for 4 in a touchdown. Nice job. So, loving those quarterback numbers. Loving that right there. That's what we want. That's the numbers we want to see. I don't think we're going to quite get that against Houston, but we'll see. I would bet on Clowney playing against us. And we know what Clowney can do. That's what I'm a little afraid of. I don't know who he's going to get matched up against. Hopefully not against the left tackle. That would be a problem. Because if he gets matched up against Stone, you know, a 2 against a 3, the way Stone's been blocking lately, that's not going to end well. So I'm just hoping against hope that will not turn into a sack for Pickett or Trask. That's what I'm worried about. Because Kyle Trask will move around. He's not one to actually take a sack. Pickett will. So, rushing wise, I like this room, dude. This is a really good room of running backs. When you're averaging 5.3, excuse me, you're doing something right. 2 touchdowns against a mid-level depth chart, you know? I like it. I did say Amir Abdullah would get 50 yards. I was very close. I was very close. He got 45. Here's another debate, though. Okay. John Mechie. 6 for 7, 77 yards. His longest pass was 25 yards. Average of 12.8 per play. And you're saying Jasheed Reed is going to beat him out for the 53? That's a stretch. That's a stretch at this point. Mechie's been doing enough. Reed has also been doing enough. This is really going to be a tight battle. I trust whatever the management decides. I'm not going to be upset either way. These are 2 really good wide receivers. Rock Taylor has not impressed me. He'll be gone. Felipe, excellent. Excellent turnaround for him. Very pleased with him. David Moore, you gotta stop stopping on these routes, dude. They're reading you like a book. This is, what, 3-4 years into his time with Carolina now. Like, it's time to change that. I know he's been doing a lot for this team and making a lot of impact in the locker room and conversations outside of it. You know, I get that. I get that he's like a consistent player and da. You know, the coaches have been saying. My only knock against this dude is he will stop on routes after the route is done. Like, say it's like a hook route. You know what a hook route is? He'll go through the hook route motion, and as soon as he turns and faces the ball, he'll just stand there for freaking 2 minutes. He won't go anywhere else. He won't try to get open. He won't go left. He won't go right. He won't move. He'll just stand there. And that's been my biggest problem with him, is like, even if it's a flat route, like he'll go straight across the middle and then he'll stop midway through. And I'm like, why, dude? Get open. That's why nobody's throwing you the ball. That's why these quarterbacks are going to option 2, 3, 4, you know, down the line. They're skipping right over you. Come on, bro. Like, I've been trying to tell you this for 2 years now. And you don't seem to want to hear it. So, I don't know. Do what you want to. It's your career. It's your roster spot, but I'm trying to tell you how you can take the next step. If you don't want to take that next step, that's on you. You want to stay where you're at and you feel comfortable, that's on you. You feel like you're earning your money? You feel like you like where your head's at psychologically and the management likes you? Okay, fair. But that's the only knock I've got against him, man. I really, really like the guy. I do. He's a solid guy, and person-wise, you know, and just all of these people are just great human beings, you know, on this team. Really kind individuals. And I never have anything negative to say about them. You know what I mean? Any of them, really. But, you know, part of what I do as a podcaster is to critique these players, you know, and find the weaknesses. That way I can point them out to the management so we can tell these players, okay, hey, here's your next step forward. Here's your next set of goals. So you can get better. But as far as like people, I'm never going to bash them as people. I would never do that. Because all these people are great. Unless you deserve it, I would never do it. Realistically, when we bring people in, we check the personality as well. You know what I mean? We check the character of the player. And I've never had any reason to say anything negative about that. At all. Have we had some players in here that have had some personalities? You know? Some egos a little bit? Sure. We've had Steve Smith, you know? We've had Kelvin Benjamin, you know? We've had a few of these types of guys, you know? Josh Norman had a little bit of an ego, kind of, sort of, maybe. He'd never admit to it, but he knows he does. But the thing is, it's positive. It's positive ego. You know what I mean? It's like challenge me type ego on a football field. And I know I can win. And they back it up. That's the type of positive ego we want, from any player that we bring in. That's like that. So, I mean, and these coaches let them be who they are. That's what's cool about Carolina, We've always been like that. No matter what coach we've had. Even the trash coaches that we brought in, And I'll decline to say anything negative about them because that's just not who I am anymore. I'm trying to be a positive person. I'm trying to be a positive contributor in the YouTube community. So I'm not going to do that. Everybody else is looking to farm content off of that. You're not going to get it from me. I know what you guys do, man. I know what you guys do. I know you're looking for clips, and you're not going to get the one from me. Not on that. I've seen you guys. I know what you do. Y'all are some crazy characters, man. I'm trying to tell you. When it comes to that. Y'all get some wild clips, too. It's funny. I'm all about business. You know what I mean? I'm all about business. So let's see. Who else do we want to talk about? Who do y'all want to talk about in chat? Let me know. Who's got your attention right now that you want to bring up? I think we pretty much hit on everybody that we really want to talk about. I'll be real with you. This team looks like it's about to pounce, man. On Houston. I got that feeling. We're about to do some damage to Houston tomorrow night. Y'all mark my words on it. I think this is going to be a win. We're going to come out of preseason 3-1. Yep. That's going to happen. All right, let's see what's going on. Let's get reacquainted with this Raiders game real quick. I want to see how many tackles this dude's up to. 10? Still? Okay. I mean, we got like 7.5 minutes left. Let's get an update. Yeah, 10 tackles. Jaden Duggar, huh? 2 QB hits. This dude might be a solid guy. I got that fantasy draft coming up on the 30th. On Sunday. Every now and then, I'll jump on a rookie. Every now and then. Spin tackles is fascinating to me. I don't know why I'm stuck on this dude. I don't know why. You just don't see that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't see that in a preseason game. That's that Thomas Davis level of intensity. You know what I'm saying? And he's bringing it in a game like this. Where is he on the depth chart anyway? Let's see. You got me curious. You got me very curious. There he is, third string. Interesting. There's a battle between these two. Ooh. I bet that's a great conversation starter for San Francisco podcasters right there. Very cool. Very cool. Okay, and they picked up Eli Apple too. Interesting. We had Eli Apple at one point. I thought he was a pretty solid corner. Considering his history. We didn't really use him that much. They weren't testing him that much when he was on the field. He got 3 solo tackles and 1 assist for us. But he's been pretty much across the map. It's like 3 years with the Giants, 2 years with the Saints, 1 with us, 2 with the Bengals, 1 with the Miami, 1 with the Chargers, and now San Francisco. And honestly, like, this might be one of his last 2 to 3 years. I don't think he's going to make it past that. Shoot. All right, so good deal. What else do we have going on? Anything interesting in these games right now? Cleveland's got the ball again. They're going to be punting it. 2 minutes left. They've won, pretty much. Chargers up 7-3. Pretty close to the end of the first. Okay. And Buffalo did finish off Pittsburgh 28-27. So this is why we study these other teams, is to find out like what we're doing with, you know, even 2, 3, 4 spots down the depth chart, you know, because you never know when we might be facing one of these players at some point down the line. So it's always a good idea to keep an eye open. Just in case. When you see a strong depth chart from a team, pay attention. You know, homing in on 2 or 3 different players on it, and then just stick with them. That's what I like to do. And every now and then, you'll see these players start to pop off and do what they do, you know. You'll see some big numbers from them, and it's like, okay, cool. You know, it's not quite enough to warrant putting any of them on a fantasy team, but you never know. when a few of these guys might pop up in your fantasy free agent list, and you might happen to be looking for that position. And that's something that could benefit you because they're putting up just enough fantasy points to where it's just like, okay, this warrants picking them up, but mostly it's going to be second stringers. It's rarely ever going to be a third. So Tampa Bay is 2-0 in preseason. Let's see how are you guys 2-0? What happened there? What made you guys 2-0? I've seen people bragging about that in the different groups. And I'm like, ugh, God. You did beat Kansas City. I'll give you that. You did beat Kansas City. Let's see what went on there. This is really going to teach us about Tampa Bay. Particularly their depth chart here. 8 for 11, 9 for 14. Okay. Jaden Daniels with a touchdown. Interesting. Okay. So the rushing room came away with 100 yards. That's a tough team to run against. I will say that. KC has always had a rock solid defensive line. You're not running against that thing. If you think you're getting 150 yards, it's not happening. I don't care if it's preseason, regular season, postseason, doesn't matter. That D-line is rock solid. So I'm not surprised to see some of these running backs have trouble in this game. Receiving 165. Okay. Cameron Johnson, Dean Patterson. Noted. Okay. Josh Williams with a 16-yarder. Oh, okay. This is fun. This is fun getting to know this Buccaneers team because this is what we're going to be facing against twice a year. And understanding your enemy grants you one step closer to winning the division. Okay, so 9 tackles, Rashad Wisdom. So this was a really defensive day. Sean Singleton had 8 tackles. Oh. Who are you? Oh, he's a safety. Interesting. 6'3", 210. Nebraska, he's a rookie. Oh. What round were you drafted in, sir? You got my full attention. Deshaun Singleton, okay. There you are. Were you drafted? I don't think he was. Was he drafted? Yeah. That's what I was trying to find out. Whoa. Undrafted safety? Get the heck out of here. Okay, Singleton, you have my full attention. That's 8 total tackles, 5 of them solo, 3 assisted in that game. Against a very, very tough Buccaneers team. Very impressive. Okay, I'm going to keep an eye on you. I got a feeling I'm going to be hearing that name again somewhere down the line. Rashad Wisdom. That doesn't surprise me to see Rashad Wisdom get that kind of number. He's been a very successful player in the league. Over the past 2 years that he's been playing. This is his second year. Okay, so San Francisco running out the clock, it looks like, against Las Vegas. We get a 7-3 game. Chargers over the Rams. Started the second quarter. Cool. All right. Caden Fordham. I've heard that name before. NC State, huh? Okay. So linebacker. 6 for 7. 6 solo tackles out of 7. There's an assist. Not bad. Okay. I'm learning about these guys. I'm learning. I came in with 2 sacks, 2 tackles for loss, 5 pass deflections, huh? 8 quarterback hits. Wow. So, what we're learning is that KC offensive line depth is not as great as we thought it was. If we're seeing 8 QB hits and 2 sacks, interesting. Okay. 5 QB hits, 3 sacks for Kansas City. 4 tackles for loss. The 4 tackles for loss doesn't surprise me. They have a really strong D-line. And a pretty good pass rush. Three sacks, though. Okay. All right. Noted. But yeah, I think we've pretty much hit on all the subjects that we really need to hit on tonight. Again, we'll do press conferences when we did the training camp stream. And we'll just extend that to as many as we need to, to get that done. Started with the blueprint, of course. If we don't get through all the press conferences, so be it, in that stream. And that'll be Tuesday. Okay, so let's lock that in for Tuesday of next week. Yeah, Tuesday, for sure. Got nothing booked for that day. All right. Texans versus Panthers tomorrow night, 7 p.m. That will be on ABC. So if you guys have ABC, check that out. I'm surprised they're actually interested in broadcasting a Panthers game during preseason. Normally they will broadcast like an AFC team, and they'll favor the AFC team with their commentary. Is what ABC does, and CBS. Why? I still have no idea. But they do. Maybe it's just their affiliation, I don't know. Maybe it's who's paying them more. You got me. But that's just how that rolls. But yeah, tickets are as low as $12. Go get some. Go get tickets to this game. Do not let Houston fans fill up the stadium. For that cost, do not let them do it. That is embarrassing if you let them do that. I do not want to be having a conversation tomorrow night about how Houston fans are covering like half of the stadium. I do not want to have that conversation with people. If you're going to the game, buy tickets. Buy them for your friends that are Panthers fans. Do not sell to Houston Texans fans. Unless your friend just happens to be a Houston fan. In that case, do what you want to. Or your family happens to be a Texans fan. What can you do? Right? But hey, at $12, come on. If you have any interest in a preseason game, go check it out, man. Go check it out. Dude. Those tickets are like the lowest prices I've ever seen for a home game. That's like going to a local rock show. Come on. That's incredible. Show your support. You know, I live in South Carolina, so I can't exactly get up there very often. So, it has to be around the time that I'm doing concerts too, for me. So it has to be a little bit of a convenience factor for me. But for people that are up there in North Carolina and you have any interest in the game, just go. Just go to it. Just go. It's a ton of fun. Just go. It'll be your first chance to check out Bank of America Stadium, for some people. Go check it out. Just do it. Wear your Panthers gear. Go check out the Roaring Riot. They'll be there. Yeah. You'll get to meet the super fans after the game, too. They'll be sitting over there by the Sam Mills statue. I mean, it's a fantastic experience, man. If you're sitting on the fence, man, just go. Just go. Anyway, it's looking like 78 degrees in Charlotte tomorrow for the game. Looks good. So we have the weather we're looking at. Looks like mostly cloudy. Good weather. There you go. Little bit of lag, a little bit of lag. Yeah, looks like good weather. All right. That being said, I think we covered every topic. If you guys have anything else, throw it in chat. Alrighty. In that case, would you guys like to see this turned into a game stream? I could go a couple more hours for a game stream and just switch it up on restarting the stream. I could do that. Would you guys be interested in that or no? Yeah. Yeah. People aren't feeling it tonight. Alright. Fair enough. Nobody's really saying anything in chat. It's quiet night, so alright. That's fair. I'll just play some games on my own off camera then. I appreciate y'all, man. Thank you guys so much for the support. Love you guys. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all of your comment down below if you feel like doing so, and don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Yahoo Sports app. Keep pounding fancifully. And if you like the intro that you see on the screen, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram using her last name first, Ty, T-A-I.Lindara, L-I-N-D-R-A, for videos, panels, etc. to enhance your content creation experience. Fair pricing, awesome to work with, and just awesome in general. Lindara Ty on Instagram. Go check out Monster Grub and sub. Tell them we sent you. They'll hook you up with some delicious subs. Finney's Pizza in Duluth, Georgia. Best pizza in the Southeast. Don't just take my word for it. Go check it out yourself. Shout out to all the people in chat today. Speaking their mind today. We got Antonio. We got Marcos Cash. We've got... Well, that's it so far. And David, who popped in as well today in the video. And also, Marcos Cash, before we end the stream, I wanted to point out the fact that if you're going by what happened like in all 3 seasons, you have to take into consideration the first 2 seasons of Bryce Young, we had terrible coaching, no identity, and no protection for Bryce Young, no weapons for this man. He was basically a lone gunman out there on his own, running for his life for the first 2 years. We had zero idea what we were doing offensively. So, now that we have all of that, now you can say Bryce Young is able to feel confident in the pocket. He's protected. He has weapons. He's finding success with said weapons. We have an identity offensively. We have an identity offensively now. You know, these guys are finding success. It may not be consistently. And I did tell you this was going to happen until we fully built this offense. I've told everybody this. It takes 2 years to fully build this offense. You need to build the offensive line first, and then you need to build the weaponry. And then you need to build the depth for said offensive line. Technically, it takes 3 years. But fully built up, you have everything you need. 2 years if you want bare minimum. You know, of starters, starter material. And that's with injuries involved. But you can't go on the first 2 years of Bryce Young and say, oh, well, that's all he is. No. And that's my concern with everybody is like, did y'all completely forget about the fact that we just beat the Rams in the regular season? And they were just in the NFC Championship game. So, and we almost beat them twice. And once in the regular season and once in the playoffs. I was at the second game. I was at the wild card game. And we played our butts off in that game. So, please show some respect, towards Bryce Young now with the weaponry, with the protection, with the identity on offense versus what he was then without all of that. Take all of that into account. Not just the parts that you want to take into account. You can't just say, oh yeah, Bryce Young is trash because blah, 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 blah. And completely forgetting the fact that we didn't have any of that the first 2 years. You can't just ignore the fact that we didn't have all of that. That's what I think a lot of people are doing, and it's frustrating to me. Anyway, I just wanted to get that out before I left the stream here. But, yeah, that's where I'm at on that subject right there. But I saw that comment. I saw the tail end of that comment, and I wanted to point that out. But yeah. Thank you so much for commenting and putting your opinion out here. I respect your opinions. I respect everything that you said, and they are heard. Everybody. Your opinions are heard. Biggest thing, Panther pride, keep pounding, is Antonio's comment. And I appreciate that, man, so much. And I'm not going to go into an entire 30-minute thing about how keep pounding is still alive. You guys already know it is. Like, this channel is called that. Come on. Do I need to say more? I really don't. I don't understand these people. Anyway. Shout out to all the other Panthers YouTubers doing their thing out there. Blitzball Champ, who is under our umbrella of streamers. Unk 2020, Pat Coltrane, C3, 95 The Roar, Big Cat. And outside of our umbrella, you got our Panthers family. You got Ed Oliver for the Washington Commanders. You've also got Tom Grossi for the Green Bay Packcast. So, there you go. Packers in his Packcast. Much love to everybody, man, doing their thing with their podcasting and all the players doing their thing, former players. We love you guys so much. Appreciate you for putting your opinions out there. Especially Cam Newton with his 4th and 1. Jonathan Stewart. We got Kurt Coleman on the Panthers Training Live recently. Training Camp Live. Appreciate you, man. Steve Smith, most of all, and Greg Olson, of course, doing his thing. Luke Keekley, too. Yes, man. Jake Delholm, we love you as well. Come on. We love all of you guys, man. Thank you. Thomas Davis jumping in on some of these, on the official pages. Man, it's so much fun. Thank you for your content and your information. We love you guys and your opinions and your love for us. And we share that love right back to you. Thank you for all the likes, all the new follows, all the new subs. We appreciate y'all. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the Keep Pounding family, man. Finishing up, we've got 37-13 Cleveland over New England. We've got 18-12 San Francisco over Las Vegas to finish up that game, and the Rams game is at halftime. So, as of currently, let me see. Who is still live right now? And I'll send you over to them. I doubt anybody's still up. Still streaming at 11. Doesn't look like it. Everybody's getting ready for the game tomorrow. Alright, Alright, so here's the schedule coming up for the stream. You've got tomorrow night at 6:30. We will start streaming for the game at 7. Texans versus Panthers. Preseason game, final preseason game. We've got the fantasy football stream on the 30th at 7 p.m. start time for that stream. On Sunday. On Tuesday, we will be doing the training camp stream to finish up all the training camp material out there. If we need to do another one, we will. After that, to get all the press conferences and whatnot too, before the season starts. So, a lot of content to get through. That's our schedule. A few days, streaming wise. And on the 10th of September, we will be doing the Keep Pounding concert series up in Charlotte. And it'll be Seether, Stained, and Hinder for that concert series date on the 10th, which is on a Thursday. We may do Iron Maiden on the 12th. We will see. So we'll see how that goes with the concert series. But I see that there's a lot of success for that, so I'm excited for that. Thank you guys so much for the love and support for that. And we're going to keep that rolling. You guys seem to love that, so we're going to keep that rolling. Thank you, by the way. We love all the support from the rock and metal community and the music community on that. We appreciate that so much. You guys are awesome. All right. Is that everything I need to cover? I believe so. In that case, let's get out of here. We'll do a game stream soon. I don't know when that's going to happen. I don't know when that'll happen. That's just random. We'll do that once we get through all our content and we just have a day where I'm not doing anything off stream, off camera. So I'll let you guys know. Anyway, thank you guys so much. And I hope you guys stay happy, healthy, and well. Of course, prayer requests and good vibe requests are welcome here as long as we're not doing a game stream review. Thank you guys so much. And we'll see you guys soon. And everybody in the Panthers community said, keep pounding. Peace, guys.